You are not just in 1703 Edo, you are the storm. Imagine being Lord Kira Yoshinaka. You're a well-connected bureaucrat, married well, daughter even better. You've spent your whole life working the corridors of power like a pro. Everything in your world runs on order, hierarchy, and knowing your place. Fit in, behave, bow when needed, and most importantly, never stand out too much. You're old school, a samurai in a silk robe. Tonight you're hosting high society, sipping sake, feeling untouchable. Your spies say those guys who used to give you nightmares, the 47 Ronin, they've scattered, gone, done. You loosen your belt a notch. Big mistake. What you don't know is that those samurai you thought were broken, they were only hiding, lying in wait, and now they're moving a silent storm of steel and vengeance, converging on your estate like shadows with purpose. These are no wandering swordsmen. These are samurai with a mission to uphold their master's honor in the most brutal, poetic way possible. The 47 Ronin aren't just breaking into a mansion, they're resurrecting a dead way of war, moving in silence, striking with precision, every blade, every step, a tribute to loyalty and revenge. You, Kira, represent the system, the shogunate's bureaucratic perfection. But in the eyes of these warriors, you've shattered the one thing that mattered more than life itself, their lord's honor. And now they're here. Your walls, your guards, your sense of safety, none of it matters. You're about to become a footnote in the legend of Japan's most famous act of loyalty, a tale where the blade speaks louder than the law. This isn't just a break-in, it's a declaration. The samurai may be relics in a world of politics and poetry, but tonight, their code breathes fire again. Welcome to the final chapter of the 47 Ronin. It's going to be quiet until the sword unsheathes. Then it'll echo through history. You're Asano Naganori, and you've just been dropped into the world's most elaborate cosplay of order and etiquette, the court of the Tokugawa shogun. You've got one job. Look pretty, act obedient, don't embarrass your clan. Sounds easy, right? Just bow when they bow, nod when they nod, and whatever you do, don't scratch your nose at the wrong angle, because here in Edo, the capital of ceremonial suffocation, a misplaced glance can trigger a scandal. Kira Yoshinaka is the local master of ceremonies. Think of him as the most powerful event planner in Japan. If Martha Stewart wore armor and judged you for your choice of shoelaces, he tells you when to move, how to move, when to bow, when to back out of the room without turning your back. There's a whole dance to it, and Kira expects perfection. He watches everything with the enthusiasm of a hawk and the compassion of a stone. And you, Asano, you're a country samurai. You weren't raised among silk screens and incense burners. Your world smells like pine trees, horse sweat, and steel. Your people are mountain-blooded, straight-talking, sword-swinging types. You are the descendant of warriors, not courtiers. Your blade is sharp, your emotions less so. But here you are, in Edo, dressed like a doll and expected to perform kabuki-level politeness. The problem is that you still believe in the old code, the way of the samurai, and that code doesn't leave much room for smiling through insults or letting slights slide. Samurai are trained not just to fight, but to die well. Glory, honor, loyalty, they're not just ideals, they're your whole reason for breathing. The only skill you're trained in is how to end someone cleanly and die with dignity if needed. You're a sword in a glass case, admired but unused, and it's starting to itch. But Japan hasn't needed swords for 100 years. The last real battle was a century ago, and now warriors like you are stuck in a political museum, debating how to be proper samurai when there's no war to fight. It's like being a racehorse in a world that's paved over every track. So here you are, stifled, provoked, stripped of purpose, and under all that pressure, something cracks, and that, dear listener, is the beginning of the storm. You're Asano Naganori. You were born with a title, a country estate, and a sword strapped to your soul. But the moment you set foot in Edo, it's like being thrown onto a foreign planet. You're still a samurai, sure, but you're kind, the kind that still trains on horseback, still sharpens blades out of habit, still believes in real combat. You're a dying breed. Here in the shogun's court, the samurai wear perfume. They trade honor for etiquette and strength for subtlety. They wield fans, not swords. And then there's Kira Yoshinaka, your assigned babysitter, a courtly bureaucrat who knows exactly which ritual shoe to wear on which day and what order to bow in, but couldn't fight his way out of a paper screen. He's the kind of man who measures his power in humiliations, and lucky you're his new project, his favorite punching bag. He sneers at you, corrects you, publicly lectures you on how to stand, how to breathe, how to not be such a rural embarrassment. And every time you grit your teeth and play along, a part of you dies. You're a samurai, not a puppet. You come from battle lines, not banquet halls. You try to hold it in, you really do. But then one day, Kira pushes too far. The smirk, the sneer, the snide whisper, it cuts deeper than any blade. And something ancient in you snaps. You don't think, you draw your sword. A single slash. Everything stops, no one moves, no one breathes. Because what you've done isn't just a breach of decorum, it's the equivalent of firing a cannon inside a chapel. You've bled a government official in the palace, in front of everyone. You're not executed. That would be vulgar. You're samurai after all. So they give you the on-roll option, seppuku. It's the final test of courage, not a fight, not a duel. Just you, your blade, and the ritual. No glory, no speeches, just the slow, agonizing cut, because a samurai doesn't flinch, even when facing death, especially when facing death. And as your world goes dark, you know one thing with searing clarity: this isn't the end of your story, not yet, because somewhere far from court, your loyal retainers are sharpening swords of their own, and they haven't forgotten who you were, or what was done to you. 6 hours, that's all the time you get to go from living lord to condemned man. 6 hours to absorb that your life, your honor, and your future have all just been reduced to a blade and a ritual. Asano Naganori sits in silence, his clothes pristine, his posture composed. The rules are exact: where he kneels, how he dresses, how the dagger is placed before him, polished and gleaming on its tray. The distance between him and the observers, measured over 3 meters, because once in a while, a condemned samurai flips the script, reaches for someone else's sword, tries to go down swinging, but not today. Today is for obedience, precision, pain. Seppuku isn't about dying, not really. It's about how you die. Anyone can leap off a cliff. Farmers and fishmongers can slit their throats, but samurai dig the blade into their stomachs. They slice sideways. They feel every inch of agony. They bleed slowly, on purpose. It's the ultimate act of control in a world where everything else has been stripped away. A final, furious declaration: you don't get to defeat me, I defeat me. And beside Asano, kneeling like a coiled spring, is his second. Sword unsheathed, hands steady. He watches for the signs, the calm breath, the firm grip, the plunge. If Asano falters, if he lunges, if he screams, the second strikes, but if the cut is clean and courageous, then the second finishes it one blow, swift and sure. No hesitation, no suffering, just a sharp end to an honorable exit. The blade rises, the silence thickens, and then it's done. But death doesn't end a samurai's story, not when he leaves behind a clan, a castle, and 100 swords now sheathed in shame. Word travels fast to Akko, 400 miles away, to Asano's retainers, his brothers in arms, men who have served him, followed him, bled for him, and now they are nothing, leaderless, jobless, ronin, samurai without a master, the most dangerous kind of samurai there is, because for these men, this isn't just disgrace, it's a call to action. You are Oishi Yoshio, once the trusted steward of Lord Asano, now the reluctant leader of 300 men cast adrift. Samurai turned ronin, warriors without a war, swords without a master. Your world didn't crumble, it evaporated. One moment you were part of a proud house, your name wrapped in layers of duty and respect. The next, you're flotsam. Just another ragged figure haunting Edo's back streets, grouped with drunkards, brawlers, and all the other masterless ghosts society likes to pretend don't exist. But you're not just drifting, you're burning, because your lord didn't just fall, he was executed. And the man who pushed him there? Kira Yoshinaka? Untouched, untarnished, absolved. It's not just unfair, it's obscene. The Ronin want blood. They want to storm Kira's house, scream his name into the night, and die with steel in their hands. A glorious, doomed end. But you, Oishi, you think long, you think hard. That's why they follow you. So you tell them to wait, be patient, let the shogun work. Justice, not vengeance, but justice never comes. The decree lands like a slap. Kira walks free. No punishment, no reprimand, nothing, just silence and the rustle of official robes brushing past dishonor. That's when something in you shifts. You stop hoping and you start planning, not the rash fury the younger samurai demand, not the suicide charge they're begging for. No, yours will be something deeper, colder, sharper. You won't be a ghost haunting Kira's doorstep. You'll be the nightmare that waits, silent, smiling, because if they think this is over, they've clearly forgotten what a real samurai looks like. It's been 2 years, 2 long, silent years since your lord died kneeling in ritual agony, since Kira walked away untouched, since the court of Edo with its powdered hypocrisy and lacquered indifference sighed and moved on. But you didn't. You're Oishi Yoshio, and you never moved on. You moved deeper. You drank, yes. You staggered through red light districts, sang with geisha, passed out in alleys. You let the stink of shame wrap around you like armor. Everyone saw it. The fall, the disgrace, the broken ronin, pathetic and wasted, and everyone believed it. Perfect. Because while you drowned your honor in sake by day, by night you plotted, and while the world dismissed your men as scattered and shattered, they were slipping quietly into new lives, carpenters, merchants, monks. They vanished into the cracks of Edo like smoke, watching, waiting. And now the wait is over. That would have been a giveaway. And armor shops don't exactly ignore bulk orders, so you improvise. Firemen's helmets, bits of old leather, rags sewn with hope. You piece together protection like stagehands, crafting a war play in secret, because subtlety is survival, and a whisper gets you further than a war cry. Then the miracle lands. A map. Not just of the house, of Kira's house, his estate, his fortress, every wall, every corridor, The plan shifts from dream to blueprint. Now you know where the guardhouses are, where the walls are weakest, where the secret exits lie. But even with the map, it's no walk in the moonlight. Kira's place isn't a home, it's a private fortress. High walls, no soft glass, no creaky back doors. It's a box made of stone and silence. And even if you get over the wall, the house itself is a trap. Tatami mats whisper footsteps. Rooms have secret cubby holes where your target could vanish like smoke. And the longer you're inside, the closer you get to death, because the shogun's garrison is just minutes away. Oishi knows this. That's why tonight there are no more speeches, no more waiting. Snow falls, the streets glisten with ice and moonlight. The Ronin move, silent, surgical, shadowed. They slip through alleys, dart through gardens, scatter like spirits across the night. You are part of a ghost army, 47 phantoms of loyalty wrapped in armor stitched by desperation. And your mission? Slip into history. Find the man who shattered your world and remind him the blade remembers, even after the court forgets. Imagine being Kira's neighbor. It's the dead of night. Snow muffles the streets, suddenly knocks at the door. You open it to find armed men in mismatched armor, faces grim, swords sheathed for now. They say calmly, nothing to worry about, just a vendetta. And unbelievably, you nod, because in this twisted ballet of samurai law, revenge, if done right, is technically legal. Meanwhile, Oishi's plan unfolds like clockwork. One team scales the walls, the other hits the gates. There's resistance, a scuffle, guards shouting. Time ticks and the Ronin can't afford to wait for keys, so they smash the locks. Gates open, the whole force surges in, but there's no celebration yet. Inside the compound, Kira's men scramble. The Ronin slam iron clamps onto the barracks doors, trapping the soldiers inside. It's not just smart, it's ruthless. Cut the arms off the snake before it strikes. And now, the house. Kira sleeps, his guards ready for war. The Ronin tear through paper screens and wooden panels, searching every sliding door, every shadow. Rooms are sparse, no clutter to hide behind, just silence and swords. Time bleeds away, still no sign of the target. Then someone checks the gardens. There, among the trees and moonlight, they find him, Lord Kira, not fighting, not defiant, hiding. Oishi offers him seppuku, the noble end. Kira refuses, so the Ronin do it for him. Swift, clean, final. But their mission isn't over. One last act remains. They wrap the head of Kira with reverence, not as a trophy, as proof. Proof of justice, proof that their Lord Asano has been avenged. And then they march 5 miles, through snow and dawn and silence, until they reach their master's grave. There they kneel, place the head upon the tomb. And in that moment, after 2 years of waiting, watching, pretending, they restore what was taken. Honor. And in doing so, they don't just end a vendetta. They write themselves into legend. They knew. The moment Kira's head hit the tombstone, the moment the honor was restored, the 47 Ronin knew there was no going back. They weren't returning to their homes. They weren't vanishing into the countryside. No new names, no new lives. They were samurai, and their path, like their blades, had only one edge. They turned themselves in. No escape, no pleas, no regret. Just quiet acceptance and the final ritual. One by one, they took their seats, drew their blades, and completed the circle they had started 2 years before. Not a single man fled, not a single hand shook. This wasn't punishment, it was completion. They hadn't just avenged their master, they had lived the samurai code in full from loyalty to death. with no shortcuts. They reminded a world full of powdered wigs and paper screens what it meant to be a warrior. And then they stepped out of the world. And Japan never forgot. They couldn't be praised openly, not under the watchful eyes of a shogunate already shaken by the sheer precision of their defiance. But stories have a way of slipping through walls, and whispers of the 47s grew louder with time. Today, Oishi and his comrades are heroes, not because they won, but because they remembered who they were when everyone else had forgotten. The last and truest samurai. You don't see them. That's the point. While samurai clashed in open fields, banners waving and blades gleaming, the ninja moved like shadows stitched into the seams of the world. They didn't ride in with fanfare, they didn't challenge. They slipped in, they listened, they vanished. By the time Tokugawa Ieyasu needs his daughters rescued from Tsujo Castle, one name rises above all others: Hattori Hanzo. They call him Devil Hanzo, not because he's cruel, but because when he's after something, nothing can stop him. And Hanzo has something the noble samurai don't: freedom from the code. No rituals, no honor duels, just results. While the samurai train to be seen, the ninja train to disappear. They know the game of silence, the poetry of infiltration, assassination, sabotage, psychological warfare. These aren't taboos, they're tools. And Hanzo has a toolbox that would make any battlefield commander weep with envy. So when Ieyasu gives the order, "Bring my daughters back," Hanzo doesn't argue. He already has men inside: sleeper agents, villagers, servants, civilians with hidden skills and deeper purposes. It's a classic shinobi play. While the lord of the castle was busy hiring local help, feeding mouths and sweeping floors, Hanzo's ghosts were already behind the walls, watching everything: doors, guards, routines, escape routes. Modern special forces call it HUMINT. The ninja called it Tuesday. Speed, surprise, aggression, small teams, silent kills. Exit before the echo fades. The samurai may have ruled with banners and swords, but the ninja, they shaped the shadows. And at Shinojo, Hanzo is about to remind the world: not every war is won by the honorable. Some are won by the unseen. No battle horns, no drum beats, just silence, dark as ink, and one shadow scaling a wall like a whisper. This is Hattori Hanzo's moment. The castle looms above, all clay and bamboo and cold stone, but Hanzo climbs like the wall was made for him. Iron spikes anchor his ascent. A special drill, an Aiko, soars silently through the outer layer. Inside, bamboo latticework surrenders to his blade. No noise, no hesitation. Meanwhile, his sleeper agents, ninja embedded in the enemy's staff, hired unknowingly by the very lord who holds Tokugawa Ieyasu's daughters, are already in place. Serving food, sweeping halls, counting guards, waiting. Hanzo is inside now, moving with the stillness of smoke. Patrols pass with torches. They're easy to avoid. It's the dark patrols he fears, soldiers with sharpened senses and no light to betray their steps. They're the ones hunting ghosts, but Hanzo, he is the ghost. His agents lead him to the royal quarters, then vanish. This part is his alone. He moves through corridors like water, every floorboard, every paper screen, every breath calculated. And when the moment comes when the guards must fall, they do, quick, silent, forgotten. The signal goes up, fire, controlled, deliberate, blooming like a red flower behind castle walls. Outside, Ieyasu's conventional army sees the flames and charges. Inside, Hanzo's commandos surge forward. It's a pincer strike born of patience and precision. In the chaos, the hostages, the daughters of one of Japan's rising lords, are whisked out beneath falling ash and crashing beams. The castle falls, the girls live, and Hanzo becomes legend. This wasn't just a rescue, it was a masterclass in infiltration, espionage, and psychological warfare. The samurai may win their glory under sunlight, but tonight it was the ninja who ruled the dark. And from this moment on, the name Iga becomes etched into history, not just as a region, but as the cradle of Japan's deadliest, most invisible warriors. Not just a region, a crucible. High in the mists, cut off by jagged ridges and dense forests, the people of Iga didn't just survive, they thrived by becoming different, fiercer, smarter, shadows with breath. Here, where winter bites deep and the air itself tests your will, the ninja were born. From childhood, the training begins. Not in dojos or parade grounds, but in the wilderness, alone, cold, hungry. Endurance isn't a goal, it's the baseline. You march, you climb, you sleep on stone, and learn which routes won't defeat you. One ration pack, cleverly crafted, keeps you going for 3 days. It's not just food, it's fuel. And every bite teaches you that survival is a mindset. But to become a true shinobi, it's not enough to endure the elements. You must disappear into them. The ninja doesn't wear camouflage, he becomes it. Shintoism, worship of nature, harmony with the land, it's not just a belief, it's a tactic. To blend in, to vanish, you must be in sync with the world around you. A ninja doesn't walk through a forest, he joins it. That's why when a ninja crouches in a bamboo grove or lies still among the rocks, you don't see a man. You see nothing. And that silence, that stillness, that's decades of tradition, training, and tactical genius passed down through generations of Eiga's mountain folk. So when a lord in faraway lands hears a knock, and the man at the door says, "I am from Eiga. I am a ninja," there's no hesitation, because those words mean something. They mean danger, they mean skill, they mean the storm is already inside your walls, and you didn't even hear the wind, just imagine it. You're a proud samurai in gleaming armor, trained to ride straight and strike hard, part of an unstoppable force rolling through Japan. You've crushed castles, broken clans, burned villages. Everyone yields before your lord, Oda Nobunaga. Everyone. But now you're walking into Iga. The mists are thick. The forests are tighter here. The ridgelines twist in ways maps don't show. The air hums, but you can't tell where the sound is coming from. And suddenly the confidence you rode in on, it starts to feel very, very thin, because Iga isn't just land, it's a trap that breathes, and you're the prey. Nobukatsu, Nobunaga's son, doesn't see it. He charges in like honor will carry the day, like swords and banners can defeat shadows. He doesn't scout, doesn't send spies, doesn't ask how many disappeared before him, just marches loud and proud right into the teeth of the ninja. It's not long before he realizes his mistake. Snap. His men are being picked off in the gorges, ambushed in the mist, driven into ravines where the paths vanish and the ground eats you alive. Fires erupt behind them, arrows whistle from nowhere, footsteps come, but the feet are never seen. And then, just ahead, he sees him, Hattori Hanzo, the devil of Iga, the one whose name soldiers whisper when the wind moves wrong. The one who rescued hostages from castles and defeat men who never knew they were in danger. You don't see Hanzo approach. You see him standing there after he's already decided you're not getting out. Because this isn't a battle, this is what happens when you send a parade into a nightmare. And the nightmare is ready. The mist thickens. Samurai scream. Steel clashes against steel, and not all of it is from enemy blades. In the chaos, no one knows where the ninja are. They seem to rise from the fog itself, silent, sudden, slicing. They strike from behind, from above, from beneath. And the samurai, they turn on each other, blinded, panicked, surrounded by phantoms. Nobukatsu, the general so sure of his superiority, watches his elite force crumble like a temple struck by lightning. His bodyguards fall one by one, and in the end, he runs, alone. The massacre becomes legend overnight. But with that victory, the ninja of Iga ignite the wrath of a storm. Oda Nobunaga doesn't just retaliate, he summons fury. Every region sends troops. Roads groan under the weight of boots and blades. The biggest army Japan has ever seen now moves with one goal: erase Iga. The ninja can't fight this war with swords. They need one strike, a final surgical blow. Assassinate Nobunaga, and there's only one man for the job: Gomen Ishikawa. Born into blood and vengeance, Gomen has waited his whole life for this. Nobunaga eliminated his family, burned his past. Now Gomen plans to return the favor, with silence and shadows. Nobunaga isn't easy prey. He's surrounded by elite guards. He employs his own spies, even rival ninjas. His walls are high, his defenses clever, his paranoia justified. But the Iga network learns something. Nobunaga lets his guard down in one place, his own castle. Gomen makes his move, disguises, inside, help, smokescreens and sabotage. Every shinobi technique ever devised is on the table: fire, illusions, explosions. But none of it will get past Nobunaga's food tasters. So Gomen pivots, not cakes, a well. Specifically the deadliest toxin in Japan, the venom from a pufferfish. A dose so tiny it could defeat a lord without ever being seen. The water flows, the poison dances in the cup. And as Nobunaga lifts it to his lips, no one sees the silent figure slip into the shadows. One sip, one breath, and vengeance is done. The sword may miss, but the well remembers, moves, a shift, a breath, a moment of instinct. The drop misses. Gomen doesn't panic, he doesn't flinch, his heartbeat doesn't even change. He waits. This is what the training was for. This is what the meditation burned into his bones. No fear, no hesitation, only action. He adjusts, slowly, silently. Above Nobunaga's head, balanced in a crawl space barely wide enough to breathe, the ninja prepares the second dose. This time, he doesn't miss. A single drop, pure wolfsbane, falls like a tear from the gods. It lands where it needs to, and below, the most powerful man in Japan begins to die. It's not loud, it's not bloody, but it's fast, terrifyingly fast. Nobunaga rises in confusion, choking, limbs seizing. His guards rush in, but it's already too late. By the time they realize what's happened, Gomen is gone. No broken windows, no splintered doors, just silence. And a string. Outside, the night closes around the castle, the fog creeps in, and somewhere back in the folds of Iga's mountains, a shadow walks with steady steps and a heartbeat like still water. Vengeance delivered, mission complete, and the message eternal. You can raise armies, you can build castles, you can rule empires, but in the end, a single drop from the ceiling is all it takes to remind you. The ninja were always watching. Failure tastes like blood and smoke, but Gomen isn't dead yet. The moment Nobunaga stirs beneath him, the ninja knows. Abort, escape, now or never. He drops back into the shadows and triggers his escape plan, one step ahead of death. Caltrops spill from his pouch, tiny iron stars with spikes that always point up. The samurai pursuing him don't see them in the dark. A shout, a stumble, then pain, chaos behind him, just enough, but he's not free. He reaches for the shaken, small steel-throwing stars hidden like secrets in his robe. One flick of the wrist, one scream, the corridor clears, he runs, he's wounded, his breath is fire, but he lives, and even in failure the mission sends ripples through Japan, because now Nobunaga knows they're still coming for him, and this time they got close, too close, so Nobunaga goes full scorched earth. No generals, no proxies, he leads his army himself, calls in Hanzo's rivals, turns Iga into a defeat field. The order is chilling, spare no one. The invasion is ruthless. The villages of Iga burn, children, monks, farmers. The fog chokes on ash. The mountains weep. The ninja scatter those who survive. The proud shadow warriors become refugees, peasants in borrowed land, whispered ghosts in a world that has no place for them. And then, just as the last light fades, a twist of fate. Nobunaga is dead, not by ninja hand, not by blade in the night, but by betrayal at breakfast. His own general turns on him, seizes the throne. And suddenly the world flips. The power vacuum erupts into executions. Allies are butchered in the streets. And one man finds himself on the wrong side of history, Tokugawa Ieyasu, stranded, surrounded, and marked for death. There's only one way out, across the smoking ruins of Iga, and waiting in the mountains, Hanzo, still breathing, still watching, still loyal. The devil of Iga rises from the ashes, and this time he's not guiding armies, he's guiding the future. Through mist and memory, the mountains of Iga cradle one final secret. Tokugawa Ieyasu is on the run, cornered, hunted, his name whispered as a target. The new regime wants him erased before he becomes a threat. But he's not alone. He's with Hanzo. This is Hanzo's home turf. These ridges, these paths, he doesn't just know them, he is them. But even so, the Iga clans are wary. Ieyasu was a political animal, and the ninja had paid in blood for trusting the wrong overlords before. But Hanzo speaks, and they listen. With quiet nods and silent gestures, the last loyal few rally. The mist wraps around them like an ally. When the hunter-killer squad closes in, the ninja flip the script, laying traps, leading them into deadfall, striking from shadows with practiced calm. It's close, too close. But Ieyasu escapes, and he never forgets. Gratitude turns into alliance. Hanzo and his men become the shadow shield, behind Ieyasu's rise. As the tide of war ebbs and Japan finally breathes, Ieyasu takes the shogun's seat, and with him he raises the ninja. At Edo Castle, modern-day Tokyo, he installs Hanzo's Iga warriors as his personal guard. They walk his halls like smoke. They are never named in the records, but they are always present, watching. For 265 years, the Tokugawa dynasty rules Japan in peace. And in every corner of that peace, unseen but never idle, walks the legacy of the devil Hanzo. And in a temple, deep in the folds of old Kyoto, a sword once forged to defeat an empire waits. The Honjo Masamune, a blade made not just with steel and fire, but with myth. Crafted by Goro Nudo Masamune, its beauty was legendary, but its strength was born of science. Layered steel, controlled cooling, a brittle, perfect edge balanced by a flexible spine. It didn't just cut through armor, it endured. It became the shogun's sword, handed from one ruler to the next, a symbol of justice, of power, of restraint. And then, like a breath in the night, it vanished. Some say an American sergeant took it after the war. Some say it was destroyed. Others believe it lies in a glass case somewhere, misidentified, waiting for someone to recognize the quiet chill in its presence. But whether it lives in steel or story, the Honjo Masamune, like the ninja of Iga, was never just a weapon. It was a message, and the message endures, forged in fire, cooled in silence, and curved like destiny itself. The Honjo Masamune was no ordinary blade. Masamune, the swordsmith monk of legend, didn't just hammer steel. He breathed philosophy into it. Every fold, every layer, a meditation. He gave the blade a dual nature, a razor-thin edge to slice clean through flesh and armor, and a flexible spine to absorb the shock of battle, offense and defense, death and discipline. It wasn't just a weapon, it was wisdom made steel. To take on Mongol armor, Masamune didn't just make his blades harder, he made them broader, deeper, stronger. The edge bit clean, but the core stayed whole. The tip? Longer, more piercing, designed not just to cut, but to endure. And from that perfection came the Honjo Masamune, a blade so revered it wasn't judged by how many lives it took, but by how it chose not to. Legend says one of Masamune's students challenged him. Both swords were tested in a stream. The student's sword sliced everything, leaves, twigs, the current itself. Masamune's, it cut nothing. The student celebrated, but a monk nearby whispered, "The master's sword does not cut needlessly." That wasn't failure, that was control, that was grace. Masamune's sword didn't lash out, it waited, it judged, it served, just like the samurai it was made for. Because to be samurai is not to dominate, but to obey. To carry steel not as a tyrant, but as a servant. To live with death on your hip and honor in your heart. The soul of the samurai isn't fire, it's stillness. And the Honjo Masamune? It didn't just reflect that code, it was the code, sharpened to perfection. A sword so pure, even centuries later, children in Japan still know the name. Masamune, the master who shaped steel into spirit. It was more than a blade, it was the soul of a class, a code, a country. To the samurai, the sword wasn't just a tool of war, it was identity forged in steel. The long sword, the katana, was worn with ceremony, with pride, as part of a uniform that screamed power, discipline, and lethal grace. You didn't own a sword, you became it. To carry a blade was to bear status, to declare one's place in the brutal symmetry of feudal Japan. If you were samurai, your life belonged to your lord, but if you were peasant, your life could end at a glance, no reason needed. A word, a look, a whisper, too bold, and steel would speak for you. And among all the blades, one stood alone, the Honjo Masamune. Named not by its maker, but by the general who took it in battle, Honjo Shigenaga, after surviving an attack from its previous owner. The sword had already harvested heads that day, but Shigenaga prevailed, and the sword took his name. Later, strapped for cash, Shigenaga sold it for 13 gold coins, a fortune at the time. A pittance now, because what he sold wasn't just a weapon, it was destiny. From there, the Honjo Masamune rose, gifted upward, passed between lords like a sacred flame. And then it reached Tokugawa Ieyasu. And the world changed. Ieyasu rose from war and fire to become the first Tokugawa shogun, ruler of all Japan. The emperor became a puppet, the land knew peace. And beside Ieyasu's throne, gleaming like a silent witness to power, was the Honjo Masamune. It became the ceremonial sword of the Tokugawa shogunate, passed through generations as the empire's sacred steel. Even after their fall in 1868, it remained within aristocratic hands, a relic of order, a survivor of centuries. In 1939, Japan made it official, national treasure. Then came the war, and in war, everything vanishes. In the final days of World War II, as bombs rained down and cities burned, swords once held by emperors were handed over by frightened aristocrats to American soldiers, to officials, to fate. Records say an American sergeant took the Honjo Masamune for destruction. Others whispered he kept it, took it home, let it vanish into the quiet corners of another country. And now, somewhere, perhaps behind a glass case, in a basement, at an auction, in a private collection mislabeled and misread, a sword waits. 700 years of perfection, one soul in steel, the Honjo Masamune, lost but never forgotten. The end didn't come with a battle cry, it came with silence. A voice crackled through the radio, thin, high, distant. It was the Emperor, a voice no one had ever heard before, speaking in a courtly dialect few understood, but the meaning shattered the soul of a nation. We surrender. The empire that had declared war as a sacred duty now fell to its knees. For the people of Japan, it was more than defeat. It was collapse, not just of armies or cities, but of myth. The sword that had once defined honor, justice, sacrifice, that had been strapped to the waists of pilots, sailors, and teenage cadets alike, was now just steel, just weight. During the war, millions of those swords were mass-produced, cut from railway lines, factory-forged, soulless reflections of a warrior past, handed out to elevate rank, inspire sacrifice, and resurrect the spirit of Bushido in a world that no longer had room for it. Propaganda posters showed pilots smiling with swords at their side, noble, ready, fearless. But it was a lie. Those boys climbed into cockpits to die, their hands on throttles, not hilts. The myths made it easier. Until the sky lit up with fire, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and then surrender. From the smoke stepped a new kind of shogun, General Douglas MacArthur, the 5-star American conqueror, loose shirt, broad shoulders, towering over the emperor in photographs that said more than 1,000 speeches. The old world, kimonoed, bowed, deferential, next to the new, casual, confident, Western. MacArthur wasn't just here to rebuild Japan, he was here to reshape it. And on September 2nd, 1945, aboard the battleship Missouri in Tokyo Bay, surrounded by the ghosts of history and the ink of a new world order, he accepted Japan's surrender. The samurai age ended long ago, but in that moment, swordless, scorched, solemn, it died all over again. And the silence that followed? It was the sound of a nation beginning once more from the ashes. The moment the ink dried on Japan's surrender, General Douglas MacArthur didn't hesitate. SCAP General Order. Number 1, hit with the weight of empire. Every Japanese soldier, sailor, and airman was to lay down arms immediately, unconditionally. Planes were grounded, ships scuttled, guns silenced. But MacArthur wasn't just dismantling a military, he was severing a myth. At the heart of his plan was demilitarization. Not just the physical, but the psychological. Japan wasn't just being disarmed, it was being deprogrammed. And nothing symbolized that more than the sword. Every officer had one, every sergeant, every corporal. Millions of blades, steel companions strapped to hips and hearts. Some were factory forged in wartime haste. Others, heirlooms, masterpieces, family treasures carried into modern war the way ancestors once marched into medieval battle with history on their hip. MacArthur wanted them all because the sword wasn't just a weapon, it was authority, identity, a whisper of Bushido, the spirit of a warrior class that had defined Japan for centuries. And MacArthur knew if you want to break a code, you start by stripping its symbols. Across the Pacific, the ceremonies were grim. Parade grounds turned into graveyards for pride. Japanese officers removed their blades with trembling hands, handing them to enemy soldiers, sometimes without words, sometimes with tears. The Allies didn't know or didn't care that many of those blades weren't wartime relics. They were priceless artifacts, pieces of soul and steel passed down through generations, swords like the Honjo Masamune, swords that had seen centuries of rise and fall, and now they were lined up in school gymnasiums and warehouse halls, piled like scrap metal, destined for smelting, anonymous, forgotten, a piece of Japan's spirit dulled and waiting to be melted. For many, it was more than surrender, it was mourning, the final cut, not from an enemy's blade, but from the hands of history itself. And somewhere in that sea of steel, perhaps beneath a dozen factory-forged imitators, lay the Honjo Masamune, gone, but never truly silent. And so, with snow dusting the rooftops and the embers of empire fading into history, the Honjo Masamune, Japan's most legendary sword, was quietly surrendered. Not with ceremony, not with a duel, but with a solemn walk to a police station. The Tagawa family, once the heartbeat of the shogunate, obeyed SCAP's order. No disguises, no swaps, no tricks, just dignity and duty, even in defeat. In late December 1945, Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu, descendant of the great shogun, placed the Honjo Masamune, 7 centuries of spirit and steel, into the hands of low-level American functionaries who had no idea what they were holding. And that was it. Gone. Because the Allied officers collecting these blades, they weren't curators, they weren't historians. They were overworked MPs and junior clerks under orders to sweep up every piece of metal they could find. To them, a blade was a blade, whether it came from a 1940s train rail or Masamune's sacred forge. It was just something to be boxed, logged, and melted. But not everyone stood idle. Dr. Junji Homa of the Tokyo Museum stepped forward, a man who understood the soul behind the steel. He met with Colonel Victor Z. Cadwell, the American in charge, and pleaded not just for preservation, but for recognition. "These are not weapons," he said. "They are cathedrals in miniature. They are art." It worked, partially. SCAP began distinguishing art swords from military issue. Instructions were revised, exceptions made. The phrase "household treasure" emerged. Hope flickered, but orders changed like the wind, and many swords, art, heirloom holy, were still destroyed. Some families hid their treasures behind dull, rusted blades, tricked the victors, saved their past, but not the Tagawas. They chose honor, even in surrender. And that's where the trail of the Honjo Masamune ends. Not in battle, not in glory. In a police station, handed over in good faith, swallowed by bureaucracy, lost to time. One of the finest blades ever forged, now a ghost. But even as steel fades, the story endures, and somewhere, perhaps behind glass, in a forgotten box, or buried beneath layers of time, the Honjo Masamune may still lie in wait. Silent, sharp, remembered. Sergeant C.I. Bora of the 7th U.S. Cavalry, that's the name. The man who, according to an obscure 1966 mystery magazine and a few surviving records from Japan's Department of Education, walked into the Majiro police station or walked out with a bundle of surrendered swords. Among them, the Honjo Masamune, 15 swords handed in by the Tagawa family in one act of silent, dignified surrender, centuries of legacy wrapped in cloth and trust. and the greatest among them, the soul of the shogunate, the last blade of the samurai, vanished into the system. Or maybe slipped out of it. Swords were stacked like cordwood across Japan, destined for sea or fire. But not all. Not if they looked special. Not if someone knew what they were holding. At depots like Atago and Akabane, Dr. Junji Homa's committee tried to stem the tide of destruction, identifying cultural treasures among the mass-forged scrap. They saved 5,000, but not the Honjo Masamune. It wasn't among them. It never came back. And then there's the war trophy system. One rifle, one sword, a simple form, a signature, and a keepsake of conquest was yours. Most soldiers took cheap blades, soulless, mass-produced, easy to replace, but a few walked away with relics that museums would defeat for, unaware, unmarked, carried home in duffel bags. And Sergeant Bora, he disappears from the record. No shipment logs, no customs slips, no photos, nothing. Just one sword, unaccounted for, one masterpiece, gone. Maybe it's in an attic, wrapped in oilcloth, forgotten behind decades of boxes. Maybe it sits unsung in a private collection, misnamed, misfiled. Maybe, just maybe, it was sold, passed through hands, and now waits behind glass somewhere in America. Or maybe, in a moment of weariness or ignorance, it was fed to the furnace. But if it still exists, it carries more than folded steel. It carries the memory of a world now gone, the echo of samurai oaths, of battlefields and empires, of honor handed down through bloodlines. The Honjo Masamune, not destroyed, not confirmed, just waiting. Somewhere, a blade could be bought for less than a bicycle. Thousands of swords, scattered, forgotten, misunderstood. One of the finest blades ever forged. Now, a ghost. But even as steel fades, the story endures, and somewhere, perhaps behind glass, in a forgotten box, or buried beneath layers of time, Honjo Masamune may still lie in wait, silent, sharp, remembered. Sergeant C.I. Bora of the 7th U.S. Cavalry, that's the name. The man who, according to an obscure 1966 mystery magazine and a few surviving records from Japan's Department of Education, walked into the Majiro police station and walked out with a bundle of surrendered swords. Among them, the Honjo Masamune. 15 swords handed in by the Tagawa family in one act of silent, dignified surrender. Centuries of legacy wrapped in cloth and trust. And the greatest among them, the soul of the shogunate, the last blade of the samurai, vanished into the system. Or maybe slipped out of it. Swords were stacked like cordwood across Japan, destined for sea or fire. But not all. Not if they'd looked special. Not if someone knew what they were holding. At depots like Atago and Akabane, Dr. Junji Homa's committee tried to stem the tide of destruction, identifying cultural treasures among the mass-forged scrap. They saved 5,000, but not the Honjo Masamune. It wasn't among them. It never came back. And then there's the war trophy system. One rifle, one sword, a simple form, a signature, and a keepsake of conquest was yours. Most soldiers took cheap blades, soulless, mass-produced, easy to replace, but a few walked away with relics that museums would defeat for, unaware, unmarked, carried home in duffel bags, and Sergeant Bora? He disappears from the record. No shipment logs, no customs slips, no photos, nothing. Just one sword, unaccounted for, one masterpiece, gone. Maybe it's in an attic, wrapped in oilcloth, forgotten behind decades of boxes. Maybe it sits unsung in a private collection, misnamed, misfiled. Maybe, just maybe, it was sold, passed through hands, and now waits behind glass somewhere in America. Or maybe, in a moment of weariness or ignorance, it was fed to the furnace. But if it still exists, it carries more than folded steel. It carries the memory of a world now gone, the echo of samurai oaths, of battlefields and empires, of honor handed down through bloodlines. The Honjo Masamune. Not destroyed, not confirmed, just waiting. Somewhere. A blade could be bought for less than a bicycle. Thousands of swords, scattered, forgotten, misunderstood. And maybe, just maybe, one of them is the Honjo Masamune. The paper trail ends in smoke. Sergeant C.I. Bora might never have existed under that name. It may have been Cody, or Berman, or Goldstein. A syllabic stumble, lost in the noise of hurried paperwork, multiple languages, and a nation in ruins. The name we chase today might just be a phonetic ghost, something that sounded close enough when shouted over crates of swords in a cold warehouse in 1946. Scap records of low-ranking soldiers, long gone, burned, buried, or boxed and forgotten. But the sword that could still be out there, tucked into a corner of an old farmhouse in Indiana, wrapped in a silk cloth in a Pennsylvania attic, sitting upright in a dusty corner of a Californian garage, unnoticed for decades because no one thought to look beyond the rust. There are still thousands of swords in America, untouched since they came home in a duffel bag. Granddad's old war prize, that thing in the closet, the blade that's probably junk. But somewhere one of those blades may carry the soul of the Tokugawa shogunate, the curve, the polish, the hammer line rippling like a mountain stream, the hand of Masamune hidden in plain sight. It is the greatest lost sword in history. Honjo Masamune, not destroyed, not confirmed, but waiting. Still, somewhere. Museum displayed like the crown jewels of an empire that once ruled in silence and steel. But they didn't wait. The Tagawas, descendants of shoguns, heirs to centuries of martial legacy, did what they had always done. They followed the code, honor before possession, obedience before preservation. And so, in a quiet December moment in 1945, they surrendered the soul of the samurai. And it vanished. Yet hope lingers, curled like the hammer itself, faint, unmistakable. Because if the Honjo Masamune does resurface, it cannot lie. Its signature is written in steel, etched into the wavy, cloud-like temper line Masamune gave it the moment he plunged hot blade into cold water 700 years ago. Detailed records were drawn in 1939 when it was declared a national treasure. Precise illustrations of its curve, its edge, its every subtle nuance. It's the fingerprint of a ghost. The catch? If someone in the US finds it, proves it, and sends it to Japan for authentication, Shinsa, it stays there. Non-exportable, the sword will never leave Japanese soil again. So if the blade ever is found, the finder must decide, truth or possession. Reveal the greatest missing relic of samurai history and lose it forever, or keep it hidden, unnamed, but yours. And so maybe, somewhere, it sits still. In a basement, in a display case, in a dusty garage. Granddad's old sword, waiting for someone to notice the curve, the glint, the edge that doesn't quite look like all the others. The Honjo Masamune, missing, remembered, ready, hole in a mountain, but to us it's sacred, it's legacy, it's a promise carved into stone and sealed in silence. So spoke Mizuno Tomoyuki, shovel in hand, his breath fogging in the mountain air. An old man chasing ghosts and gold. He didn't dig for riches, he dug because his ancestors whispered that something precious still lay buried beneath the soil. And somewhere, not far from that same myth-wrapped mountain, another legend sleeps. The Honjo Masamune, Not beneath a temple, not in the vaults of a museum, but maybe in a storage room behind a locked door, mislabeled in an estate sale. Maybe in a mahogany display case in someone's suburban den, mistaken for curiosity. Maybe beneath old newspapers, nestled beside medals and memories, waiting for a new pair of hands to uncover it. Because that's the final irony. Had it been preserved, protected, placed behind glass, it would have been admired, yes, revered. But now that it's gone, now that no one knows where it rests, it's not just art, it's legend. It stirs the imagination more because it could be anywhere. It could still be found, its curve, its Haman, its secret signature drawn in steel, the fingerprints of Masamune, of Tokugawa, of Japan itself, are all waiting for the right eyes, the right hands. Until then, it lives where legends belong, not in museums, but in the minds of those who still believe that maybe, just maybe, a masterpiece lost can still return. The Honjo Masamune, the soul of the samurai, missing but never forgotten. Opulence behind the thick walls of Edo Castle, the world outside was evolving without him. Aguri Tadamasa stood at the crossroads, one foot in centuries of tradition, the other pointed toward modernity. He'd seen the steamships, the factories, the telegraphs. He knew Japan couldn't afford to stay frozen in its feudal bubble, but for the ruling elite, change meant threat. Modernization meant breaking the sacred order set by divine decree. And no one, not even a forward-thinking bannerman, could push against that weight for long. Still, Aguri had power, he had position, and more importantly, he had access. As the Commissioner of Finance, all the tribute, all the gold, all the silver from warlords across Japan flowed through his ledgers. And with war on the horizon and uprising already flickering in the southern provinces, Aguri faced a choice: let the wealth vanish into a collapsing system, or secure it. That's where the legend begins, a secret cache, an emergency war chest. Maybe it was hidden for safekeeping, for a counter-strike. Maybe it was embezzled in protest. Maybe it was loyalty. Maybe betrayal. Whatever the truth, the whispers say this: in the final days of the shogunate, a treasure of unimaginable value, millions of gold coins, was taken from Edo Castle and buried deep in the mountains, hidden by the last loyal samurai, protected by blood oaths, never recovered. Tokugawa Yoshinobu, the last shogun, would soon step down without a fight. The Meiji Restoration would sweep away the old world in a flood of reforms. The samurai would vanish, the shogunate would become history. And the treasure? It stayed behind, not in a vault, not in a museum, in the earth, waiting. And for over a century, men like Mizuno Tomoyuki would dig, driven by whispers and old maps and half-forgotten promises. Because if it's real, if it's still there, then buried beneath the moss and pine lies not just gold, but the last heartbeat of a fallen dynasty. They didn't knock. They came for gold. They came for the man who, according to rumor and rage, had stolen the fortune of the shogunate and fled with the last treasure of old Japan. They wanted answers. They wanted coins. And they were willing to cut their way through robes and silence to get them. But Aguri Tadamasa had vanished again. Slipped through the mists of Gunma, just as he had through the crumbling walls of Edo. Left behind were only whispers of coin boxes seen in boats, of gold buried beneath pine roots, of loyal retainers carrying secrets deeper than any vault. The Meiji soldiers searched the castle, the city, the mountains, but they found nothing. The treasure of the Tokugawa, gone, vanished as completely as the shogunate itself. And thus the legend was born. A lost war chest, carried by the last great finance commissioner into the wilderness, hidden beneath Mount Akagi or sealed in one of Gunma's countless caves, guarded perhaps by monks, forgotten perhaps by time, or maybe, just maybe, still waiting. Because while the emperor had taken the throne and the Meiji era raced into modernity, one piece of the old world may have stayed behind, deep in the soil, untouched by progress or revolution. Samurai gold, the last riches of a fallen dynasty, a fortune that may yet lie beneath the leaves and snow, wrapped not in silk, but in silence. And just like that, the first chapter of Japan's greatest treasure hunt ended in a courtroom. No gold, no glory, just dust and disappointment. Nakajima Kurando, an obscure bureaucrat with a flair for fantasy, had lit the spark of legend. He claimed nobility, fealty, secret knowledge. Maybe he had none of it. Maybe he had all of it. Maybe he just wanted to be more than a footnote in a world that no longer had room for samurai. He brought in an American, wide-eyed and freshly arrived in the swirling chaos of Meiji-era modernization. Together they dug, they blasted, they dreamed, and when the dust cleared, nothing. No golden coins, no jade-studded chests, no lost war chest of the Tokugawa shogunate, just a lawsuit. Nakajima served his time. But the story, it didn't die in prison, because once a tale like that is whispered, of gold hidden in the haunted soil of a fallen dynasty, it can never be fully silenced. Others would come, dreamers, diggers, descendants, men and women with maps, with theories, with old family scrolls and faded hand-drawn symbols. Mount Akagi became more than a mountain. It became memory, obsession, a symbol of the treasure that history lost and refuses to give back. And though Aguri Tadamasa's head was taken and his name scrubbed from the pages of official history, his legend only grew. Because somewhere out there, they say, the gold still waits. Beneath cedar and snow, beneath stone and silence, the last fortune of the last shogun. Speak of just a shovel, a legend, and the belief that somewhere underfoot lay the fortune of an empire. Mizuno Tomoyoshi, once a respectable businessman, had become the mountain's ghost. Year after year, decade after decade, he wandered the slopes of Mount Akagi, deciphering riddles, examining rock formations, following whispers in old scrolls passed down by a vanished lover and surrogate father. He claimed small victories, a gold statue here, some cryptic plates there, enough to keep the dream alive, enough to convince investors, enough to convince himself. He wasn't just treasure hunting, he was keeping a promise to Nakajima, to Aguri Tadamasa, to the memory of a vanished Japan. He bought land, plot after plot, until he controlled entire stretches of the mountain. His family, bound to his quest, lived in the shadow of picks and spades and ever-deepening pits. No business, no income, just the next hole, the next lead, the next clue that never quite materialized. And the years kept passing. Mizuno grew old, his hair silvered, his children grew up hearing bedtime stories, not of fairy tales, but of shoguns and vanished gold, of betrayals and buried secrets, of a destiny yet to be unearthed. And he kept digging, not for money, not anymore, but for something deeper. Legacy, closure, meaning. By the time he died, Mizuno Tomoyoshi had spent more than half a century searching. He never found the treasure, not officially, not publicly, but he left behind a story carved into the soil of Gunma, a tale of loyalty, obsession, and belief, a man who refused to let go of the past and instead dug his way into legend. Somewhere on Mount Akagi, they say, the treasure may still lie waiting, or maybe it was never there at all. But when the shovel finally fell silent, it didn't matter. The gold had already turned to myth, and that myth, it's worth more than anything buried beneath the earth. Kawahara Hayori wasn't just searching for treasure, he was resurrecting a hero. While Japan surged forward on a tide of nationalism, he painted Aguri Tadamasa not as a disgraced outlaw, but as a visionary, heroic figure, a man who dared to modernize before his time, a true patriot who died trying to protect Japan's future. And Kawahara, he claimed to be the blood-bound heir of that vision. He stirred crowds with speeches, he posed for cameras, he invoked honor, duty, destiny. The press ate it up, donations poured in. He wasn't just a treasure hunter, he was a man on a national mission. Meanwhile, on the quiet slopes of Mount Akagi, Misao Isaburo watched it all unfold. He wasn't a showman. He wasn't building monuments or giving interviews. He was tunneling through rock, measuring shadows, deciphering ancient carvings passed down from Nakajima Kurando to his father Tomoyoshi, and now to him. For the Misos, the treasure wasn't a stage, it was a lineage, a burden, a promise. Now the quiet family of diggers had a rival backed by money, press, and political winds. The race was on. Both parties claimed legitimacy. Both claimed sacred knowledge. Both stared at the same mountain and saw destiny buried beneath it. Kawahara had newspapers and donors. Isaburo had a father's wish, a grandfather's devotion, and a step-great-grandfather's riddles scrawled in ink and madness. And somewhere underfoot, if the legends were true, lay chests of gold. The last war chest of the Tokugawa, still waiting, still silent, still hidden. Now, in the twilight of the 20th century, it was the grandson's turn. Mizuno Tomoyuki, grandson of Tomoyoshi and son of Isaburo, took up the family torch, not out of glory, not for fame, but out of duty. Legacy, maybe even a little inherited madness. Where others saw myth, he saw inheritance. Where the world had moved on, high-speed trains, neon skylines, and economic miracles, Tomoyuki still believed. He moved back to Gunma, back to the same mountain, same soil, same shadows, armed with the same brittle maps, scribbled codes, copper plates, and whispers, passed from Nakajima to Tomoyoshi to Isaburo. Where Kawahara had heavy machines and press conferences, the Mizunos had memory, resolve, and rusted tools. But this time, there was something different, a breakthrough. Tomoyuki's team discovered a sealed stone tunnel deep within Mount Akagi. It was unlike anything they had found before, reinforced, structured, deliberate. Not a natural formation, not a fluke. This looked like something built, with intent, with secrecy, with purpose. The excitement surged. Could this be it? The long-lost vault of the shogunate, the missing treasury of the Tokugawa, the very chamber where Aguri Tadamasa's gold had been hidden before heads rolled and the old world collapsed. Excavation was slow, methodical, agonizing. Every day, every inch carried the weight of generations. But they never reached the end. The tunnel caved, whether it was an accident, poor reinforcement, or the mountain simply deciding to keep its secrets. The collapse buried everything. The entrance, the tunnel, the hope, and with it, maybe the treasure, maybe nothing at all. Tomoyuki never stopped believing, even in old age, even as his health faded, even as his hands trembled. He kept digging, kept decoding, kept dreaming, because that's what the Mizunos did. And to this day, that sealed tunnel still sleeps under the soil of Mount Akagi. Maybe it hides nothing. Maybe it hides everything. The last treasure of the last shogun, still untouched, still waiting. The producers got drama, legacy, mystery, the perfect cocktail for ratings. And Tomoyuki? He got something his ancestors never had: national support, funding, machines, and momentum. For the first time in 100 years, the Mizuno family quest was no longer confined to dim tunnels and worn notebooks. It was now on prime-time TV. Japan watched with fascination as crews descended on Mount Akagi, cameras rolling, hosts narrating, and excavators roaring into life. This wasn't just a hunt for treasure anymore. It was a televised epic. Part historical documentary, part game show, part emotional journey through the soul of a nation searching for meaning amid collapse. Tomoyuki, once the reluctant heir, was suddenly a national symbol. His family's story, pain, perseverance, poverty, resonated in a country reeling from economic despair. Here was someone who refused to quit, who kept digging, who honored his ancestors not with shrines or speeches, but with sweat and silence. Week after week, viewers tuned in. The tunnels got deeper, the theories got stranger, the clues murkier, and still, no gold, no chests, no coins, no glint of the shogunate's fortune beneath the soil. But it didn't matter, because now millions were digging with him in spirit. Tomoyuki had become what his father and grandfather never could in their lifetimes: a national hero, a man who embodied Ganbaru, the Japanese will to endure, to strive, to try, even when trying seems foolish, even when the gold may never have existed at all. And somewhere in those tunnels, beneath floodlights and broadcast satellites, a century-old whisper echoed, "Keep digging," had long since faded into history. Kawahara Hiyori was gone. The gambling boss was gone. The glitzy press conferences, the shouts of national duty, and the promises to donate gold to the emperor, all gone. But Tomoyuki? He remained. Long after the lights dimmed, after the cameras were packed up, and the hosts moved on to cooking shows and comedy specials, he kept digging, not for ratings, not for fortune, not even for validation anymore, just for that last 10%, that whisper of hope, that tangle of clues left by Nakajima Kurando a century earlier, that tattered promise passed from father to son to grandson, that one final stone yet unturned. The mountain was quiet again, no more cranes, no psychics in helicopters, just Tomoyuki, a man with weathered hands, standing in a quarry carved by a century of devotion, staring into the mouth of a mountain that had swallowed 3 generations whole. He dug until his strength failed him, until time, at last, laid down its own shovel. He never found the treasure. But then again, he was the treasure. The embodiment of Ganbaru, the soul of 3 lifetimes' labor, the living ghost of a story that refused to die. And today, that story still haunts Mount Akagi. Not because of gold, but because of a family that chose to remember, because somewhere under ash and pine, beneath tunnels mapped by hand and by hope, a secret may still sleep. Or maybe it never existed, but if it did, if it does, then it waits for someone like Tomoyuki, someone who will keep digging, no matter how long it takes. No chests, no vault, no glittering mountain of coins buried by fleeing samurai under cover of night. Just a story. A story passed from a dying Nakajima to a grieving Tomoyoshi, from Tomoyoshi to Izaburo, from Izaburo to a reluctant, duty-bound Tomoyuki, who died with dirt under his nails and a century of hope behind his eyes. There was never any proof, just riddles, maps without coordinates, symbols carved into stone turtles, wine bottles buried with wishful thinking. The tunnels on Mount Akagi are real. So are the bones, the coins, the relics. But in the light of history, most of them were already old when the first spade broke ground. Bought from antique stores, planted, mistaken, romanticized, but still the legend lives. Because what if? What if just one scroll is right? What if one tunnel almost got there? What if Aguri Tadamasa really did slip away with boxes of gold and hide them in the place he called home, knowing that someday, maybe not soon, maybe not in his lifetime, someone would come looking? And more than anything, what if the treasure isn't gold? What if it's this? The century of sacrifice, the refusal to quit, the legacy of a family that would not let go. The idea that in a country that was forced to forget its past almost overnight, someone kept digging, literally, so it wouldn't be lost. Maybe there's no chest of coins. Maybe it was never about the coins. Maybe the real fortune of the shogunate was a story worth passing down. A hole in the earth, a map with no end, and a name scratched in stone at the base of Mount Akagi, Mizuno. The family who never stopped digging. No gold, no chests, no secret vaults hidden beneath the earth, just rice. That was the true currency of the shogunate, the weight of a year's life packed into sacks, not coins. The wealth of a daimyo was measured not in how much treasure he could bury, but in how much rice he could command. 1,000,000 koku, that was a kingdom, a castle, an army. Gold, that was for merchants, for those who lived by trade and coin, not by sword and decree. So the story of a hidden fortune, of Aguri Tadamasa, fleeing with boxes of shimmering Tokugawa wealth, it was a Western tale grafted onto Japanese soil, romantic, exotic, entirely improbable. And yet, Tomoyuki believed. He believed so deeply that he gave his life to the mountain. Not to greed, not to delusion, but to duty. He dug because it was his legacy, not his choice, because the whispers of Nakajima, of Tomoyoshi, of Isaburo echoed louder than reason, because generations of sweat and heartbreak could not end with a shrug and a sigh. And now, it's over. The tunnels are silent, the tools are still. The Mizuno name, once whispered across Japan, now rests in the dust beneath Mount Akagi. No gold, but a century-long epic that carved itself into the soul of a mountain. A story about faith, futility, and the stubborn, beautiful belief that something waits beneath the surface. And maybe, just maybe, that was the treasure all along.